So hello everyone, welcome to Ludo History. As always, I'm Adam, and today we are finishing up Case 2 of Great Ace Attorney Resolve, which is going to be a great time. This is going to be the last relatively grounded case, because apparently Sasuke Natsume and William Shamspeare being in the same room together is grounded. But we've got some nice juicy topics on Victorian prisons and Victorian medicine, on the fact that they're both terrible. While we go around, investigate, and seek to figure out who's trying to murder, who tried to murder William Shamspeare, and who is trying to murder Sasuke Natsume. If you enjoy any of the stream, do make sure you are followed and spread the word, it helps a lot. And if you miss any of it, you can catch the VODs on Twitch or YouTube. And if you're watching those, hello! Do consider joining us live 3 times a week over here on Twitch. It is a lot more fun that way, and you get to ask questions, suggest stuff, and contribute your own expertise to it, because we are all in this together. Also, if you enjoyed, do consider supporting us over on Patreon, patreon.com/LudoHistory. Big thanks to everyone who does that. It means a lot, and is the biggest thing that helps keep the show running, and keeps letting me expand and do new things. So, without further ado, let's get stuck in. I'm so excited, y'all. We need to load up this one. And hello, Violet Blues, Dildrum, Flowery Space Karate, KJ Prison, and this dude. Welcome everyone, it is good to see you all. I appreciate you being here. 22nd of February, on 11 PM, Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Phew, we've made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London, you were very nearly flattened several times. Oh. No, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh. Oh, thank you. Another your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time. Let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do it. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. But I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes. I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And this dude, thank you for the gifted sub to Magistressa. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. God, the music is so good. Let's ruin it with shovel spades. Perhaps we should put this spade away somewhere? That's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? You're so right, Naruhodo-san. We mustn't quarrel over such trifles. On reflection, then, I think I'll leave this spade where it is. Yes, I think that's for the best. We may need a shovel when we're working in the garden. They're so cute. By the way, a quality little animation touch. I love that they had Susato-san like lean forward and go, I dare you to challenge me. I dare you to challenge me on this one. It's just such a good little moment of animation. Also, what happened to all of our everything? These tanks are for keeping sea creatures. They're called aquariums, and they were all the rage in London at one time, apparently. Yes, the English are so clever coming up with the idea of having ocean life on display in the home. And it means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand, too. I'm not sure that's really the idea. Also, with a crossbar and rolled back of the blade, doesn't look like an implement for digging. Exactly, Aglaeus, right? This is for scooping up loose material. The question is whether is the thing that scoops up loose material a shovel or a spade? Oh, sorry, you said it does look like an implement for digging. I actually... yeah. Yeah. Also true. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. Oh right, sorry, I forgot the Sosuke Natsume ones were back to back to back. With the fucking murder. For a while it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Sosuke-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Shamsphere than we yet know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamsphere certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Ah yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bats as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah, yes, after Sosuke-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Sosuke-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. So, we know that Sosuke-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case... how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamsphere's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamsphere's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left into the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Yeah, those goggles are wildly unhelpful. They're just Sakura-shaped holes with huge sections of gold in them. Or maybe it's just decoration on the hat. Yeah, I think it's just decoration on the hat. They look... there is a band, so you could wear them as goggles. But I don't think Susato ever actually wears them as goggles. It's mostly just to match Iris. Kazuma Sogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yeah, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. That you really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for me. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? No, no, never mind. Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right, but... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. And this dude, thank you for another tier 1 gifted sub to Beriginen. Yeah, Matashrissa, you just posted about that in the Discord yesterday, right? In the 1880s and 1890s, people wore their hats weirdly far forward, and women's ones did actually fit the size of your head. But then you just kind of plop them on top and then they just float there. Tipped forward, like it's photoshopped. Like a really crappy Photoshop job, but they're on actual photographs, on actual prints, that have not been altered in any way. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? I mean, this. His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know, it was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes, actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma? That's right. It's a prize sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asagi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So, its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I mean, I'd hoped that the answer to that question will become apparent when we arrived here, but... as yet I've not found a single clue. I see. Whee! Oh, Reno and Susie, hooray! You're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, given that she made your outfit, you better. Well, you could have come at a better time. I've just made a cup of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Ow! For Mr. Mustache's case! That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So, tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeeks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? First things first, Lord Van Zieks. Lord Barak Van Zieks. Yeah, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumours are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zieks' own hand. As it happens, Mr. Sato, that is quite impossible. Oh, you want to note that Sholmes' old outfit's pipe looks like an opium pipe? That's a good shot, this dude, because I'm pretty sure it is. I'm actually reasonably sure that that is in fact an opium pipe, which is still on brand. Still, regrettably, quite on brand. But, you know, as far as I know, and people can correct me on this, Meiji Japan doesn't really have a strong culture of smoking at the time period, and so they're kind of working with the closest, easily recognizable equivalent. Despite the implications that that has being, honestly, a bit unfortunate. Because, I mean, you know that Sherlock Sholmes would have simply bought this all from, like, a collection of tourist shops somewhere in Japan and not thought about it at all. So you can't read too much into it, because you know he did not think about it and what the things were actually used for. He just thought they looked good, and so he got them. Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi. Agalias, highway robbery isn't a big thing in the late 19th and early 20th century, is it? You have it as not a cultural obsession. Yeah, so, at this point, right, it's fallen out of certainly the big cultural context. Right, obviously, in the first half of the 19th century, there's a massive tradition in the vein of, you know, Robert Louis Stevenson, etc. The lot of ballads being made about noble highwaymen doing great things. But, you're right, by the 19th century things have shifted, from the sort of romantic highwayman ballad tradition towards other subjects, much more Darwinian, gritty, urban things. That being said, I suspect this is actually a localization thing, because you could just say, set upon by some thugs, instead of a highwayman. So I suspect this is just a weirdness of localization, rather than necessarily trying to do a specific historical reference for it. And then, if it is, it would definitely be unexpected, so, you know. Killer barbers were a big deal, exactly. Penny Dreadfuls, having stock urban horror, right, serial killers. Shoutouts to next case, we'll talk about serial killers next week. Because we're gonna finish up this case and then we'll talk serial killers next week. But yeah, right, serial killers, urban schlock horror, and then gothic horror, right? Being far, far, far more popular than the romanticized rural highwayman. And then, by the end of the period, 1910, 1950, 1920, you get, we kind of circle back around and you start getting like Captain Blood. I guess, actually, Captain Blood's a bit earlier, isn't he? So, you kind of circle around back into the romantic swashbuckler, and then in films, the highwayman comes back into popular vogue by, like, 1930, 1940. Though, naturally not in actual cultural practice, but definitely in popular imagination. Do you need to re-up on those again? I mean, you can. I suspect there's some references to some real ones. Actually, I know there's some references to some real ones in the next case, but the main relevant one is fictional, so we don't need to worry about it too much. But yes, serial killers in the back half of this game. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. Captain Blood is 1920. Thank you. I've read the book, but I read it at the same time as I read all the Alan Quartermain stuff. And those are a little bit earlier. So, it's just like the entire 30-year chunk from like 1890 to 1920 of like pop swashbuckling literature kind of mushes together in my mind. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Bruno, I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky, or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Japanese people. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Mr. Sato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Love and Zeke seem to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Shans? It was about 10 years ago that Barak von Zeeks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No! What the? Tell us more, Mr. Schultz. What happened? I believe I made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. No, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Well, chat, guess what the focus for the back half of this case is gonna be? Or the back half of this game is gonna be, apologies. Can you take a guess? No points if you can figure out where all the plot threads are. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not the tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sorts smelling the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. The regular syllable purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one was presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris! At the ready, Hurley! Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It's turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious. But what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science, in the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. Chat, as every think piece about how Sherlock Holmes affected the development of modern forensics will tell you, this is regrettably accurate. This little tea in the Kent was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. Also, rest in peace that Darjeeling. I want a Darjeeling. I don't have any right now. That's boo. So, your tea test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether or not some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases, then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. The fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels here. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Deadulteration was a whole thing in the contemporary trade. The botanist Robert Fortune reported dyeing of Chinese green tea for export with yellow gypsum and blue copper salts. Notably, you do not want to be drinking blue copper salts. Just on principle, that is not healthy for you to drink in any meaningful quality. So, yeah. No, this is actually a very real thing. Well, the test is obviously absurd, as Sherlock Holmes' inventions tend to be. The problem he's identifying of adulterated tea being sold as high-quality stuff is extremely real, and is yet another way in which the big wave of globalization in the 19th century was immediately exploited to great human suffering. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Jones? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I'm researching is skin prints. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Jones. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Reno. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Jones, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes. I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Scholes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Reno. Bye, Susie. She's typing. Oh, yes, this is like your note on ideas, isn't it, Iris? So, what's on the blackboard today? Book up, Reno. What is this? Oh, I'm just playing around with ideas for the title of next month's installment. Another idea I was the Beryl Coronet. I'm really torn about which one to use. What do you think, Reno? Anything but Buck Up, Reno, obviously. I suppose you're right. I'll tell you what, I'll surprise you with it. You'll have to wait until next month and see. Yeah, so many sleepless nights. Oh, Iris? That's incredible concentration, that is. I find it quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea. The blend there from the right would be good for you, Reno. Oh, Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. That's a charming little white shelf, and full of charming little bottles too. Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode. Ah, a charming shelf full of charming bottles full of charring ingredients. You know, Hilly mistakenly drank from one of them the other day. What? How? I think it was lucky though, he hasn't exploded yet. Chemistry can be a very hazardous occupation. It's living with Mr. Scholes that's a hazardous occupation, if you ask me. God, it's so good. This whole place is absurd. I love it so much. Look at all these mementos of Mr. Scholes' past cases. You know, Miss Susato's eyes still sparkle every time she lays eyes on them. But yours don't, do they, Rito? Well, I have read The Adventures of Hemlock Scholes now, by order of Miss Susato. But the trouble is, having seen the real thing in action, somehow the stories don't quite ring true for me. Well, he does solve the cases, in the end. I suppose so. Perhaps there's more to the great detective than meets the eye. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we've arrived in the country, in fact. Although I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You would suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. Do I even want to ask? Mr. Scholes seems to be making funny faces or something on his desk. I thought he said he was going to come with us to Mr. Shakespeare's room. You know that he's preparing something, Mr. Naruhodo. Something amazing. And he's doing it whilst asleep! Is there no limit to the man's talents? This enormous machine takes up the entire desk, doesn't it? It's really very imposing. Oh, Haley's great analytical, yes. Can analyze anything at all, you know. I've never seen someone actually using it. Well, it's his invention, so I don't know how to operate it. Why don't you get it to analyze its own operation, then? Oh, Runo, you're razor sharp today, aren't you? Someday, I too will have a kotatsu. It will be a great day. This is Mr. Scholes' famous violin, the one he found being... The one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called then? A shudder something? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. Stradivarius. Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. Stefan, I have great and terrible news for you. I don't think I'm going here yet. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken. You're taking my foot. You were looking at my painting. The eye of man have not heard, the ear of man have not seen. 'Twas foul indeed the poison that mustache villain gave me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. God of mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigour still. Behold, my Shakespeare dance. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Ah, it is a lawyer from the land where it's rideth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shakespeare? Mary, I do believe I am returned unto another ward. He was looking, that's what he was doing. Look at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so darky clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. No, well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Anon, exeunt! Mr. Shakespeare might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. I'm so sorry, I'm such an awful person. Oh, Miss Green, is everything alright? Yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's a change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. Well, the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel? Yes, and as Magistrate notes, that is technically a Speckled Band reference, when in the Sherlock Holmes story of the Speckled Band, not the Sherlock Holmes story of the Speckled Band, when Mr. Grimsby Roylott hires Mr. Holmes, or all the way around, when Grimsby Roylott meets Mr. Holmes in the Baker Street office, before he storms out, he grabs the iron poker from the fireplace and goes, crack, and crunches it in two. And Watson's like, oh Christ, he's strong. And Sherlock Holmes is like, well, yeah, but if he'd stuck around, he might notice that I am not so much weaker, as he just straightens out the damn thing again. Because he's Sherlock Holmes, and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle made him able to do everything! So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. You really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Sherlock, the magical genius detective smart boy because Doyle was too much of a himbo to be able to figure out how Sherlock would solve all the stuff he does. God, there's a great letter after one appended to my full edition of Sherlock Holmes stories that is just Conan Doyle replying to someone who just is like, bicycles don't work that way. Because it's a case where he's out in the north of I think he's in the Scottish borderlands, doing something at chasing down a teacher who ran away from boarding school or something, and there were two bicycles. One of them had a patch on one tire, and Sherlock Holmes traces what direction they were going by looking at which wheel depression is deeper, on the assumption that the one that you are sitting over will be more deeply inset than the one that you are not. Multiple bicycle enthusiasts wrote to Conan Doyle to go that's not how bicycles work. And so he went out and tried, and I was like, oh shit. I should have done that first. Oops. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we're hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? Was the tea in it? Yeah, we found it alright, and there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it! It's with the identification section of the yard now, they're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news, thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing, forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Don't disturb anything. Oh, you looking for new clues, Inspector? Oh, Norman's these orders, yeah. They'll come back to the got something for me, he says. What? Poor you? Yeah, poor me, because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful then, too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true, we don't even have a maid at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, turn all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamsby might have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During the heated literary debate, yes. For a stronger Romeo or Juliet, I don't think it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in that play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Mr. Soto. Let's hope it stays that way. The sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some stuff outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mr. Sato. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruto. By the way, another small touch that I really like about this game is that even though the entire script is in English because of localization, it's actually very clear when they're speaking Japanese to each other and when they're speaking English to each other. Because they say either Mr. Naruto and Miss Susato, or Naruto-san and Susato-san. That being said, I would love the full voice-acted version of this game, where when they're speaking Japanese to each other, they are actually speaking Japanese to each other. Not that I can read Japanese, it would not be helpful to me, but it would be a nice thing to have on principle. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi, what are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing there? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is not the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madame. What's all this? Oh god! Oh no! Well, this is precisely what you requested, Miss Naruto. Her auction was a sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample? From Mr. Shakespeare's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this. A refined indicator solution. I mean, it's... no. Blues, I'm so sorry. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There. Now, spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How do I do that exactly? A little press on the A of the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas is the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another he invented aerosol. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Oh, Blues. Oh, Blues, you picked a terrible time to come back. We're doing forensics. Oh, look at all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? There's nothing obvious he would have tripped over though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. Mood. Mr. Sholmes, stop being a mood. I think... Hey, wait, that means I'm a great detective, chat. Tripping over thin air? Great. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Just, there's no obvious explanation. No, Blues. We are doing a pseudo blacklight with an aerosol chemical spray designed to detect specific persons' basically sweat signatures, or oil secretions from their hands touching objects. Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are, a great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print. In fact, it sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Very true, Miss Otto. It's a bit of a mystery, then. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there, and on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, I think the floor wants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. What is it, Mrs. Otto? Look here, Mr. Naruto, one of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mrs. Otto. So, what do we have in here? Oi, what are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson! Set aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate that. No need, Inspector. You can continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talk's blowing me off my food anyway, Sholmes. New bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place you can make use of in Japan. I don't think I can lift a straw to Tommy Matt. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh, I'll investigate at once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. I'm disappointed. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. Kozak, you got it in one. Well, there's something to do with the lamp, since gas is clearly relevant to this case. Look, I don't want to show off a mind in the gunner for the wall prints happening during the quote-unquote literary debate. That's an awful lot of handprints for one literary debate. There you are, a print for you. Why does Schultz have Polaroids? Wait, I just realized Mr. Sholmes invented the Polaroid camera. No, thank you very much. His invention can make prints too? Now then, I wonder if Inspector Briggs has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know! So am I! I'd love to know if there's anything underneath that floorboard there. I'll let me ask Gregson now. We are, after all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? So perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure! Yes, I heard. Ugh, I'd kill some nobles underneath that floorboard. Alright then, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all? I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. This dude, Polaroids were invented in 1948, by the way, although the company is earlier. Yes, and there also weren't really commercial use of Polaroids until like the I think it's the late 50s that we start getting like commercial use and popular use of Polaroids. And then obviously they stay popular until the early 2000s and then immediately fall off a cliff. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oh, yeah, stop making me out to make some kind of nut. There were 3 items on the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Oh, hell. Hang on, chat. I actually need to check this. Severe thunderstorm warning, Massachusetts. Suffolk County, nice. Oh. Oh. Right now. Really? Hang on, I need to see if it's actually raining now. Because it was not... Hang on just a minute. It's literally not raining right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour when it's literally not even raining. Hysterical. It's about confident he got sick and died while he was serving the time up in Manchester. How terrible. Made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness, he'd committed a capital offense? My name was Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. They said the hoard he knocked off was worth about £1,000. The hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry or the like, but he did it somewhere, and no one knows where. Ah, now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we got installed back in the yard and see if I can turn anything up. The capital offender article has been entered into the court record. So, the photograph I found looks reasonably recent to me. Yes, a video has been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Gardup, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Gardup's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You can take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Is that true? Nah. Well, it's too bad if we do. Fortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shakespeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Gedab was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He'd probably make a proud present of it. Now, this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? I suggest, Inspector, that you open it. If you find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I'd be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shakespeare, give us a clue, man! You didn't even have a chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruto. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box, then? I wonder. Meow. Aww. Oh look, it's that lovely little kitty cat. What was his name? It's Mr. Nonsense, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Nuwagahai? You know, like Mr. Nonsense refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder what I got in here. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well, Nuwagahai, here's something delicious I brought for you from the catsmeat man. You couldn't be happier now, look. I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too. Oh, Wagahaya. No, make biscuits again. Wagahaya. Make biscuits. He's a tiny cat gentleman with that bow tie. Okay, I'm going to pester the cat. Meow. Oh, big stretch. That was a cheeky little meal, Wagahai. Look at him making biscuits. Oh. No, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to. He hath been examined. Well, actually, we should look around up this. Because we did get a few new things. Manchester's Strange Face President announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar settled in by natural causes in the early hours of the morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Ordered by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before the capital punishment could be carried out. Well. Alright, not here yet. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special summon, do you think? My man, Mr. Naruto, I did not get a sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least. I sincerely thought the first thing I thought of. Okay. Not here yet. So be it. Get up, Trims. Mr. Garriab appears to be out. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Sad. Nothing here? Alright. To the prison! Could that be Shakespeare? No, we cannot. It is not Shakespeare. Oh, Mr. Natsume's back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. I am a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Herlock Sholmes, and I don't know about courts, or trials, or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am, just a cat. Mr. Naruto, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has. Completely. So, what is your name then? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruto, he hasn't fully thought of his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I'm not a cat. It worked! He's back in the real world! What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. Mr. Nelson, no! There's one proceedings in court to prove that there's hope. Yes. Local student Mr. Naruto Esquire was brilliant, but Reaper is on the present in court, in my launchings, here, there, everywhere! What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there's some things we should discuss? Oh, yes, if we must. In my whole life, I've been so moved as I was today. No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there are perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block this out, then today, being in the courtroom it was the most moving experience of my life! Locust did Mr. Naruto Esquire! You're too kind. Scully has found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. Don't find a drop of poison in it. That's a sworn Soseki certainty. Tell me, did both of you drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh, yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. And at the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shakespeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim, then. Shakespeare, what have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all. Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am. I had money. I needed just to live in a cursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Well, yes. You said it's because the place was cursed last so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place and is trying to kill me. Capital offender? And might I ask, local student Mr. Nato Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps? No. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that I found in Mr. Shansby's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable mustache, mush-aligned Japanese man. Mr. Nosma, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. At the time, he was hiding out of lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room. Oh my! Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. That's when it started. The curse. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Nutsma? It's already cost one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So, that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsuna? The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Gas? I only found that after I had signed the lease. When Mr. Garadeb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal. Lucky for Mr. Garadeb, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsuma. The boy in the photo was the one killed. Correct. And now you believe this curse is affecting you? It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched, all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They could come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up, and the room is as cold as ice. But why is your room so cold? Winter winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shansby last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garadeb's rooms? No, this dude, I'm not actually sure. I believe it is before they started adding hydrogen sulfide to gas intentionally, but I don't know. If anyone does happen to know when hydrogen sulfide starts being added to natural gas, that would be awesome to find out. You know, Mr. Get-Up. Right boy business is for me, you don't get it out and about. But you're the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally. May my lodgings hang in the balance and all that, not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings of some such. So, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? Just, sure that does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsuma's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. I stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. I see you. So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? Some fishy fella from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yeah, the house does seem to have become like a magnet for rum fellas, please. Thanks for that bally curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, and the stories, have you? Rowan scoundrel was arrested here, the next chap in the room goes and kills over. Then there's the one who dropped dead just outside the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collie wobbles, can you? When you said the woman who dropped dead outside the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shakespeare, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yeah, well, all that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here. Yeah, never hurts to keep an eye on things in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me. The words just came to my lips. Magistress, he actually has mostly dark hair and then just like he has grey streaks. But fair. His hair was clearly used to be dark. And the first urgerization occurred in Germany during the 1880s. Well, that's helpful, Periginan, thank you. So, definite maybe. But no need for that, Mr. Garda. That's right, Mr. Natsuma is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that I took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yeah, that's right. As the estate agent finds someone, I popped up the very same day. Never come across the chaps looking for a place with background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shakespeare been lodging under your roof? Apologies. Failed actor chap. Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now, quite sure of it. Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, though. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Gaideb, if I may ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shakespeare have some kind of connection, then? That convict chap, Selden. Passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow. Really? Yeah, I remember it quite distinctly. 'Tis small, this world we inhabit, prithee landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shakespeare, desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered and while for rent. Yeah, I'm sorry, that won't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor, ground floor room's vacant though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat my will unto thee. Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor or nothing. Very well, we have an accord. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Red. There shall be a dance to celebrate. From what I heard in court today, it sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in areas with rent too. Yeah, the fella was a bally player, alright. Thank you for your conduct, Mr. Garda, but we are most grateful. With appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I should divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines, then? Mr. Gerdub, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. The street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really. I don't recognize the line either, this dude. Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived at the floor at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Yeah, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school, had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle room about a year ago after that criminal Selden was arrested. Youngsters are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. The history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. I hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my launches were up to at the time. So sadly I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me, it was. Yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Antony and Cleopatra, apparently. Huh. Alright. Fair enough. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. Once we got inside, we all bodily collapsed. This is the gas? Yeah. Room was full, but nowhere at all. Some of us got out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So, Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound taking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. The stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the Bolly curse, the convict's curse. Done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. Ah, that reminds me actually. About young Duncan. The night before the poor chap perished, he'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. Love letter, you mean? Yeah, why don't I put it down? Ah, here it is, left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me. Let me see now, what does it say? Most charming and beautiful sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Miss Susato, that's precisely what I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse me, Mr. Scholz, no! You didn't address it though, so I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave all alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Jones, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green. Ah! Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Sosuke-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that a name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruto, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susato. Well, on that charming note, Miss Naruto, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green's well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully before she leaves. Ah, what is it? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. One moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing. Really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. I suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. But no. Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way at one go, isn't it? Ryunosuke, you already said you'd only ever been to the doctor once in your life. Oh dear, and I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it? Miss Naruto, we should be picking at a young woman's private effects. Right, I should say picking for gentlemen's effects only. You mustn't do that either. Maybe you, Miss Susato, should be peeking into a young man's mind either, hmm? Right. That rat is humongous. The rats are extremely healthy at St. Bartholomew's. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh, yes. I mean, thank you. Most people are better. The hospital staff don't want them lingering or wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. Probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh, no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright, I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Miss Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's why I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Garadeb's? Yes, he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, That's when it happened. Well, so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her luck. But now I see she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. Magistressa, I have terrible news. You love the animation on the rat. What? Mr. Shons, I didn't realize you were here. But of course it was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Shons, what is this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Miss Susato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why, solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens. That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster, let's prevent the case from ever happening, with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. The mouse seems to be dead. Look. I didn't notice it there before, did you? I think perhaps I drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think... Ah, I think you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilled out on the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse presently. Wow, so is that just being okay with... Oh. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Once we left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison? No! Miss Green, please talk to us. It was 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it would have been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital at all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. Probably an arsenic compound. Potentially strychnine, though. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. I thought if I drink it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no, oh, it's all my fault. What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection? No, none. Yeah, unfortunately, the line between poison and medicine in Victorian London is rather too narrow. Far too narrow, and in fact, largely indistinguishable. Because who the fuck thinks arsenic compounds are a good choice? So, regrettably, just sneaking something out of the medicine cabinet may well have been just an option. Who would have ever thought he was to be engaged to be married to Miss Green? To lose one's beloved fiancée must be painful enough, but then Miss Green suffered that awful injury, and also to fiancée's former lodgings too. Fate can be very cruel sometimes. It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. When we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand, what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sean's believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anyone else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute, the 17th of this month? Strychnine was used in the period as a stimulant. Yep. That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad, yes, a pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road, being the street that Mr. Garadev's house is on. Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day, when I was stuck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness. Alright. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green, please promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. This is not, sadly, while I am not a mental health professional, warning, those that I have spoken to have said that this is not actually a good way to deal with someone with suicidal ideations. And the game, I think, unfortunately does stumble here in having what feels like a very empathetic response, but doesn't ends up falling into some common misconceptions about it. And I would have liked to have seen them take a little more care with how they're navigating mental health, even especially because you cannot realistically do mental health scenarios in this sort of narrative while being historically faithful to the attitudes of Victorian London. Because attitudes in Victorian London towards mental illness and suicidal ideation are absolutely appalling. So, you must be anachronistic, and if you do, you must. This is not a good way to speak to help care for someone who has had suicidal ideation, or is actively either actively dealing with suicidal thoughts or planning suicidal actions. So, this is a place where I think the game really seriously stumbles, and a place where they trying to do what is familiar and seems empathetic is possibly the worst possible depiction that they could have gone with. And I am not not super pleased with it. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back, I've had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but well, that's how all this has made me feel. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. Mr. Naruto? Did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Do you tell us about Mr. Shakespeare, Mr. Garrideb's lodgings, the convict, Selden? There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsuma's tea, you mean? Yes? Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I feel that either way. It'll be hard to escape the grip of our friend Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Barak von Zix. But I wish you every success, of course, and though I was late to rise this morning. Tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my allies cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Sasuke-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt unbound to battle equally hard for my compatriot to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sean said, tomorrow will be a new dawn for all of us. I mean, we could wake him up. We would have that power. This is it then, Mr. Naruto. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that's been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mr. Naruto. Suffering, Sasuke, selfishly sidelined. Alright, we have a redemption of an ice cold take, and then a spicy take. So, the ice cold take here, is, I think, right, there are places where it makes a lot of sense to try and be anachronistic in order to be more properly empathetic and just acknowledge that we are in a modern time period, that, right, this game was released in 2013 originally, and the PC remake 2 years ago, last year, right. That's not a spicy take in any way, shape, or form. Just if there's a point where being anachronistic helps you have better representation of many different things, just do it. Just please do it. Don't do the research for that to make sure that you're able to do so consciously and carefully. And now for the much more interesting spicy take. This game has a very weird thing. No case takes longer than 2 days. This feels like it's an Ace Attorney thing, in that in the original trilogy, all cases will last no longer than 3 days. But I actually tracked down a citation for it. On the British Library page, on Victorian prisons and prison culture, it specifically warns that Generally speaking, the majority of trials, especially for petty crimes, in Victorian London, lasted 2 days or fewer. So, as it turns out, that is actually a perfectly historical thing, and so they end up tweaking the structure of Ace Attorney investigation, trial, investigation, trial, investigation, trial to squeeze everything into 2 days because they looked at the British Library's page on Victorian prisons. They almost certainly looked at that page. Huh. Good morning to you too, Mr. Notsma. Good morning? Good morning, welcome student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Listen to you two, chatting away halfway as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why? Oh, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsuma. But perhaps that because your eyes shut so tightly you are meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsuma? You seem different. Somehow today. Why, naturally. That's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Well, such like. That's the sort of point of conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. But you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsuma. That was just an example. Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you abandoned me and returned to our beautiful, long-lost homeland. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway, I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh, what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. It would seem Mr. Schultz isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think. That he's overslept again. The great detective? My arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. The fair annual legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper starts for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Sasuke-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. Alright, back to the trial. Let's go. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. I now call the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by law to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done, you mark my words. I feel obligated to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me, and please, be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all. Look, yes, I'll say again now, I don't have time for this, I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Zix, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. No, the picture dude is dead. The picture deed is dead. No. Juror number 3 is just a meme. A glorious, glorious meme. I hope we'll see it. I hope we'll get to see, what was a mistranslation in the, fan localization of the 3DS game. I don't remember where it is. If I spot it though, I will mention it because it's hilarious. Have we settled on whether Van Zieks has a British lordship and an Eastern European one or both? Technically English, though it's not specified. He has at least one lordship and it is in England. I think his family just came over in the 17th century from the Netherlands and they kept the name. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's T. So he does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to say that liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow, and there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Nossima brought with him that night. Well, the brains of the guard analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation! As I suspected. But this makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Nossima, is completely innocent. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But, what logic is that? When you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Exactly! Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shakespeare? Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shakespeare to the stand. This is a bad take, Van Zieks. It is. It is a very bad take. Mr. William Shakespeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given, in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile, and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten, kept all that about the ice cream as a tidy secret. You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say, arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends. I confess, thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. For a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But, what if that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
But there was no poison in that tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shakespeare? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that the poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. Witness testimony. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with a tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Was feigning distraction in our debate, now did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use that tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. Alright, Magistrate, so have a good night. We'll be back next week with even crazier things. Oh, right. We stand Barahai and Ryunosuke's tiny lad. Right, Magistrate, so you're in case 3 right now, right? You know how excited I am about it. You know how excited I am about next week's Greatest Attorney. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. What? Oh, it would be disastrous if the poisoner was to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. Ugh, I knew that. By now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Sirs, mesdames, 'tis true that I shan't be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. Where the heck is Van Zeeks pulling all of this speculation from? He has literally no evidence for any of it. Your point being...
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question, but that's impossible. How, Chop Logic? What is this, you dark-clad fiend? The 2 cups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them, one that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups, just here. There's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such shades occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink? Tea? Well, it's odd. That's right. Yes, the jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shakespeare, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery!
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. My god, the man's an alcoholic. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me. I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant? On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shakespeare. Yes, my liege. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused cups, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that? Yes. Perhaps there is some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene. A fact that have vanished from your memory until you coached the goddamn witness! Objection, coaching the witness? Can we get him debarred for egregious breach of conduct? Faith, my liege, thou art a magician, for verily, 'tis that thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. What teapot?
Objection.
Do you suddenly remember now that you've made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection.
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only, and secondly, that the spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that bewitched the court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the events. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No! What does that mean then? Do you declare that there's no issue with the gas leak's testimony? Where from the bit about thieving gas, obviously? My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alehouse that night, not to pass my lips with the black tea given me by a Japanese whose back be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favourites, a broth that would be called soup, and a leaf as would be called salad. As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where I was served. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly will I suffer what punishment to seem fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But, I pray you wise and noble fellows, never forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors, your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord? What may I speak, my lord? Yes, Mr. Foreman? I believe a man been deep by that rotten defense lawyer. But me? I do declare you may be right. You don't know the way Flair was making some kinds of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer's last time he's stealing gas, he deserves his voice poison, eh? He really is up the garden path, that's what he's been doing. But he really never said anything like that. Literally. Also, we have a photographic print of the scene as discovered. And there is no teapot. Well, there is a pot. Here's the thing. You would have to say that this teapot is the relevant teapot. Which I don't think it is, because that's a water kettle, not a teapot. Otherwise, there do be no teapot here. But, well, we just have, and the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledges the position of the jury for a minute and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't yet! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
God, what a terrible... What a horrible choice of voice lines for these characters. Like, not even close. I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day! How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. The court upholds the defense's right. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he's been charged. What truth? Your point being, Van Zeeks, I'm an logic man, and having considered all the evidence, the defense must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive, but I understand what man would want to avoid paying. Stuff explodes and can poison you. It's absolutely lethal gases. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the team my wife sends up for me is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else bad, the victim's lips out, there's no other explanation, is there? We have the assertion of a liar that he didn't eat anything else. I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind. No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter argument wasn't as unassailable as we thought. If Mr. Shaftesbury was poisoned, there can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shaftesbury was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly, but that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. Nevertheless, guys, we'll proceed with the summation examination. The power of our little friend shall help us. Look at him. Look at our little lad. We love our little lad.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to that Japanese man with a big mustache. It's just the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. If only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, the summation examination has barely started, really. First there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock.
Hold it!
This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madame. But really, think of the injustice. Air is gas and air is free. Why should automatic gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here. Yes, madame? It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man! That unkempt mustache, the hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly. No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go on adding more crimes. Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
Hold it!
Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas every time. You take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. But it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah! You're right! I hadn't considered that at all! Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We can use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk about the gas? There's an ordered attack underway here in case you hadn't noticed against my company's gas. Am I supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. All you've heard about a wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madame. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madame? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody's questioning that, madame. Ultimoto is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? Well, they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people. You wouldn't think it possible today, would you? Well, they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal your gas. Oh, is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via our network of pipes. These devious reparates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're delivering gas into their own pipes illegally? What a brazen form of theft! When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we also have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, number 3? Oh, golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry, I was just thinking to myself. It really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see. Go on. A small gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. We asked for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did? Afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. Just take one of my lights off the wall. They grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everyone knows, but it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but ours is blowing into pipes come into it. Obviously there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure, but blowing air through the pipe can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Oh, I see. In other words, if I'm blowing into the pipe, the lights of the adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you're going to know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. And the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might. You can guess what happened, didn't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove, gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. The gas company was interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, both to extinguish lamps and stove connected to the same network as the pipes, and when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. So number 3, the defense requires that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like, I don't mind. Well, I do. That's what companies... Like I said, madame, it's widely known already. Very well. During number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord. I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. You made us poisoned? That's right, I had to tell you a few times, huh? This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this when I don't get any wages. I get tea time, see? I see her doing it. My wife. She gets that devilish look in her face and she slips some white powder into my cup. And do you drink it anyway? I brought a proper I was. Someone gives up your cup, you drink it. What happened to you? What does it taste like? It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. Then I think perhaps what your wife put into your tea was salt. Ah. So, you can't even care not to poison me properly, huh? Unbelievable. Let's move on, please.
Hold it!
Does that mean if the victim can be shown to have ingested something else, you change your leaning? Sorry, what's that now? Oh, no, I was just saying if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night. What's the matter with you? Sorry? I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all? I feel there's an English expression about the pot and the kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all. See, the alderman gently have been listening to the proceedings far more intently. But I suppose the trouble is... He has selective hearing? Exactly, but still, this shot may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shansfield was really poisoned. We have to prove it that it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Nasima's tea. Yes, I know, the trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Isn't it right, Yeah. Sorry. I do wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten? Oh, like what? Someone to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. No need. Actually, I don't think there's any need. This battle is start trying to change each other's minds as soon as possible. Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you need only ask Mr. Naruhodo. Reference to electricity as a common phenomenon puts us certainly after the 1880s, given the reference to electrocution, maybe after Edison's smear campaign against alternating current. Potentially. You can of course get electrocuted on the direct current as well. Oh, it's significantly harder. But yes, I think that is a good quality, what year is it? Putting us, well, really in any of the time periods we've been gravitating towards, being the mid-1890s or the middle of the 1900s. That? That, I guess?
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, which two statements do you prefer? Judge number 6, did you hear what judge number 3 said? Ah, what? Yes, of course. I just heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Nasima's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? To see if there are any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering will result in this time. Or the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shakespeare? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought it had been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came down to your body. Good lord. I gave you that gas pipe, sir. The judgment suggests that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas. Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him. For shame, madame, speaking by fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination, this is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Japanese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to place his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions! There's no possible proof that the man did as you said. It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shansby put his lips to the pipe, but I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shansby has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you got our attention, lad. Like to hear me so sure of yourself. So let's see this evidence then. Now I got the Josiah, I need to make this opportunity count.
Take that!
What the? These are... wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, Counsel? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. And note, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shansby touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Films was quite fascinating. We found skin prints on many places that you would expect, on the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shakespeare also happens to touch on some very unexpected places in the room. For example, here, around the hanging picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could you be appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you apply yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it! The gas lamp! Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shakespeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right, what have you been up to, you nut? I asked the court to recall Juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe will make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now if you'll recall Juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights and the gas stove to go out and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is... If Mr. Shakespeare would have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he would have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that this man purposely caused the gas to... Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution must remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Benzies? This curious photograph, or whatever it is presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints, clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. It's nothing! A mere toy developed with an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. Please, my lord, if I may. Mr. Sato, it was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And, if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not is down to us to decide. Judge number 3. Oh yes, I do declare that the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating, and I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. Alright, there's 2. 2 more. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, did I? I don't like to break a promise. No, wait, you his lordship. And? Is Lady Altamont going to be based? Oh, well done, Miss Naruto. It's just one more juror changes his or her mind. This announcement trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mr. Zato, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Why, Mr. Shakespeare, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruto. You can do it. Very well. Continue, counsel.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say? Alright. No room for that. Blah blah blah. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints? There's an exciting new forensic investigative technique. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary, and if Mr. Shakespeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's what the poison was. Ah, yeah, I don't know how that's playing on my mind. As the prosecution rightly said, we should wait any unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides, yes, even if the fellow has been up to some mission with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean you got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? No. Can't make your case better than that. I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point. But, that's true. But no, wait. Look, you got your chance here, haven't you? It's time to prove your theory. If you're any Japanese cowards, can it? Just leave your nationality out of this, please. It's not hard though. If we can't substantiate that position, afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. Have supporting testimony. No, in truth I don't have evidence to support theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? This is incredible! Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. The person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garda residence that night. Namely...
Take that!
Alright, Eldrum. Have a good night, my friend. Obviously talk about the defendant, Mr. Sasuke Natsume himself. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shanspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. Well, there's not a question. The gas in the defense room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence, or not? Good golly. So that Shakespeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? Now, George, is that what would you do that for? Mr. Funman, what is it, man? We can't allow judgment to be passed whilst the doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence, yet. However, you must surely agree, there is more to this case than meets the eye. Fair enough. Like I said, the says, a man of logic first and foremost. Whee! Ding! That's 4 judges leaning toward not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. God, he looks so good. As the defense has rightly indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty, 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, the jurors' opinion is conflicted and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shakespeare. My lord, how can thy humble Shakespeare serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. By your hand, Prince, I made a tight mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? Barry Mike, we stand up at the dock while doing the summation examination so we can speak directly to the jurors. It's also mostly a gameplay convenience, so they don't have to superanimate everything. I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already, juror number 5. Oh, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a principle of self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that. Also, Barry Mike, a fun thing, in elaboration on the 2 days of trial, the same British Library page on Victorian trials points out a few instances where there were very high-profile trials, that so many people were invited to the public gallery that they actually crowded the dock with the defendant and the witnesses, and therefore generally made a nuisance of proceedings. So, the fact that we might be moving about in that fashion makes some sense. Stefan, Iris doesn't have an alternate outfit. It's only Ryunosuke Surato and Sherlock Holmes. But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there... What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall, to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. Really, I might have to look at that. I didn't think of that. I'll take a look at that in between streams, see if I just missed one. In any case, Counsel, I fail to see what you could possibly motivate the man to do as you desire. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There's only one possibility I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Order! Counsel, precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far.
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. Well, the leads one place else, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove is pretty much suicide. You freeze to death in no time. Mr. Gardab, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shansfield was trying to end. I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsuma isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim the man was trying to murder. Good gracious.
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. But if the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to waste the end of the gas pipe with poison? So, now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shaftesbury's murderous designs? Well, you mean to suggest... Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe, it was a clear retaliatory attack. Can only have been the accused Mr. Sosaki Natsume. Ah! Whatever William Shaftesbury may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated the attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused, far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, the suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? Ugh. Ah! Alright, we need an X machina right now. How does he manage to turn this around so rapidly? Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise the members of the jury may well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shansfield's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume again. You mean, name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does spring to mind. The evidence, the poison, is all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. Yeah, what? I doubt you already know exactly what. Now then, 18 years start from scratch, proving how Mr. Natsume poisoned him. Agreed. There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? This is so dumb. God, I don't feel good about this.
「
God, I don't feel good about this. Right, revenge for the killing of Duncan. But lured him out of the house. Lured someone out of the house. Is Van Zees wearing a naval dress coat? Definitely, maybe. Definitely, maybe. But that doesn't seem right either. Right, this doesn't seem right. It's the only option, God.
Take that!
Well, that was the right answer. The other person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. Do you feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green? The woman from 6 days ago. The victim in a recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly remind the court that Mr. Shakespeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital unconscious, so on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison? And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? Ah, no, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shakespeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see, my lord, if these friends farce through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, nor subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord, 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Excellent. I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Currently, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We will reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. Hooray! We have made it to the final part of this. I'm going to get more water. We accuse Olive Green, Wolfie. While we are on the save screen, I'm going to quickly grab more water because the temperature in my room is climbing rapidly and I am out of water. So, be back in just a sec. Hail hydrate. But no, it is now currently 73 in my room, and that is toasty. 22 centigrade. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks. Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you. How comes the business now how to Esquire, and non locum judicial assistant McCoy by Esquire ass? Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Ah, Radlock Shoals, may you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought that he was innocent. Oh, Mr. Shoals, you came. How wonderful. Please, save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your squint is reading clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. I didn't sleep so decent last night. I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh yes, and then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep, I queried? Why time after time do they make the same foolish blunder? The answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? My first night I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this: a good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. Whatever presuppose, I prove by experimentation that, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Oh yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Yes, of course, it's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Well, you didn't manage to. It was a laborious task, because the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder shops. Managing from there contained strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps. Of course, some such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. She'll leave the bottle in your care now. But licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Oh shit. Alright, chat. I'm gonna do a check. Strychnine, medicine, 1800s. Oh. Oh god. That sounds horrible. Oh boy. So. I have here a picture. 100 chocolate-coated tablets, number 883, strychnine sulfate, 1 through 60 grade. Dose 1 to 2 tablets, Sharp and Dome, Baltimore. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, good lord. Oh, sorry, not 1 to 60, 160F. Well. Unfortunately, it seems there are at least a few cases of it being used as things, including for, as a liquid to help as an injection for loss of vision, as a treatment for paralysis, and as occasionally a mental health tool, such as treating either irritable nervous system or potentially some sort of depression. It's real bad. Chad, if anyone doesn't know, strychnine is an alkaloid taken from the seeds of the St. Ignatius plant that is lethal in just single grains over a period of days, or in a larger dose, death within 15 minutes. It's a severely toxic alkaloid that causes stiffness, and asphyxiation. It's also a stimulant in extremely small doses, though, and the idea was that in using it in microscopic doses, it was apparently making people more receptive to stuff. Yeah. The bottle of poison has been entered into the court record. Could I have a word? Oh, sorry, it's Gregson. Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. I don't wish to make a nuisance myself. From the look on your face, like there's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shansby's room? Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. Now I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shansby's room? A man by the name of... Oh yes, Selden. Went through the archives of the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something here that, well, caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector? What? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. These documents include the details of the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shansby's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who didn't have the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Well, Scotland's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the Inspector here is a shining diamond in this craft. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe. No, just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder, 10 natural causes, found with moments witnessed only by a cellmate, stolen remains unrecovered. But yeah, right. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery, not nodding up at all, certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Jones. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache and floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Welcome, student Mr. Not how to ask why. Yes, Mr. Nussmer? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shakespeare. This is going to be the final battle. I won't really have said Sasuke-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. Yeah, right, strychnine compounds definitely are available. As multiple people in chat pointed out, it's primarily used for killing rats. Hence why I killed the rat. But, yeah. Yeah. Unpleasant way to go. Don't. 0 out of 10. I have heard unpleasant things about. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense, namely that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the Honourable British Prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Mazix, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shakespeare, my liege. For my occupation, I can say only but I'd be a tragic victim, to be pitied. Fairly unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fletching artist. Well, no, not a fletching, really. I hope that's failure is too weak-spirited when she has no talent, I suppose. Also, currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie. Another spicy take. Oh boy. Okay. Sure, make my life easy for me, why thank you. Lord, I am your humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim of this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. And there's the ice cold take to counterbalance it. Well, an entirely irrelevant but extremely cold take is, dear Lord, going summers before air conditioning, not a fun time. Right, imagine nowhere having air conditioning. I'm just trying to deal. Especially in a city as, you know, He Islandy as London, which it already was by the 19th century. Or in the 19th century. That much trapped heat with no way of letting it out, and no way of cooling down interior spaces. I'm sorry, that can't be that much more pleasant. Freezing in the summer, boiling, or freezing in the winter, boiling in the summer. Already not happy. Blues, I did that. I did that for several months. But I did it in the fall when it was pleasant. Honestly. Boo, Stefan! Sean! And the stench. Yeah. The point is, there's a reason why everyone who is remotely elite in Victorian society, and also half the medicine in society, is get the hell out of the city. While a lot of the underlying philosophy of that is incorrect, I'm hard-pressed to say that it was bad advice, given how foul London could get. Right, obviously you don't fix tuberculosis by going to Wales. But you do fix a host of other irritations by just, like, leaving London and going to Wales. Less heat, which is less strain on the body's immune system. Less smog, so less particulate matter. And, you know, being in Wales. Just superior life. I'm not yet sure on the spicy take here. Right? Because, obviously, there's a lot going on here, and we have very clear cases of doing murder. But, you know, a spicy take that is non-historical, I am willing to bet that a significant number of you will like Barak Van Zieks by the end of this game. And not just because he's an extraordinary edgelord. The more you have plagued in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green. Yes. You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to the courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. He said that I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. Oh no, like, genuinely stop hating. And, do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And, I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady. Die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly, pea-pigmented personage. Very well, let's proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. Van Ziek's coat most closely resembles a late 18th or early 19th century naval dress coat, like the one that Sir Edward Pellew was painted in. The plus is that he has inherited a baronetcy award to his father or grandfather for naval service, and the coat came with the title. You would be, I believe, directly on the money on that. Also, though, there's an important thing of just being vaguely out of time. Right? It is important that Van Zieks is old-fashioned because Van Zieks is a vampire. And you cannot have a contemporary peak of fashion vampire. That's just not how it works. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever get to the East End anyway. It just so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garradam household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shaftesbury's lodgings in the Briar Road is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful incident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we'll be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shaftesbury. But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let's proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speaks, for I had bespoke my dinner. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, I thought. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. Yes, a second incident inside a week I will believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume that this is a most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shaftesbury? Just the following morning when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine. When Susky-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. Something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it. This is my one and only chance to expose it. So this is the place we've been hearing so much about, strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here, look. You mustn't be tempted to try it. Of course not. As long as we don't lose the trial. No! Even if we lose the trial! No! We mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo! I can mind up this Atasada. Yes, my lord! What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing really, it's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Ah, it was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! Oh, sorry. What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
Whoa.
What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Shakespeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be, that is the question. Ah, pray forgive me, the great bards was springing from within me with never thought. Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Alright, guys, thank you. We've pretty much solved the case, right? Like, we know the answer, we just have to prove it now. And then, next week, with this case, with this game, we're going to get into the very fun cases, where there's so much weird shit. I'm so excited. Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Well, nay, sir, 'twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I believe. I mean, after all, you're both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire, and my lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Miss Green. Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing the note. Do you have it upon your person? I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Thank you. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shakespeare and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green's phrasing has the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Oh. The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen the exact same shape somewhere before. Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Nunheader? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. They go together perfectly. The torn event of the envelope clearly belongs with this card. Haha! Well, we got it.
Hold it!
Okay, I actually don't want to do that. Yet, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours. Exactly, so what could I have anything to do with it? And yet you still hold me in here like this, honestly. So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in a hospital bed. Would that be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit? Well, you still haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all. There you have it. The lady has yet to see evidence, my Lord Tiffany's friend. I'm working on it. Counsel, I will point out to you that the jury's next decision will be final. We're really up against the wall here. Well, we've managed to... Oh, yes, of course. We'll press the rest of these first, and then we'll go out on it. We'll look into the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. I woke up to find the case had been solved and the culprit arrested. Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it can help you to consider it was a bad dream that ended with your awakening and should now be forgotten. Yes, I suppose so. Thank you. But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day. For us to arrive at the truth about this new case. The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though? What do you mean? The Oscar you attend? What's it called? Oh, yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Shaw's, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which stands 10 stops away from the scene on the Underground. I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, is that right? So why then would you have been walking along the Briar Road in the middle of the East End? Well, it's because, oh yes, of course, I thought it might make a nice picture. Alright, we have another spicy take, and then another ice cold take. Wolfie, you're killing me here. Oh, good lord. And Wolfie making up for it with 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Well, thank you, Wolfie. Alright then. Well, the better think up some real juicy ones. Oh. So, there's... It's kind of interesting, I suppose. Right, we're seeing a lot of attempts to lay groundwork for the next couple of cases. Okay, Blues. Have fun. See ya. Right, several bits of trying to lay groundwork for the cases of like focusing on, oh yes, more stuff about the Reaper, more stuff about Kazuma, more stuff about a case 10 years ago that's potentially significant. And it's, I don't know, I find at this point they are trying to like still just be spooky and foreshadow stuff, and I kind of don't like it. It definitely works better in this case because of how grounded the rest of the case is. But it gives you time to not be overwhelmed with the craziness. But it ends up feeling a little bit out of place because, right, the stakes here are still relatively low. Right, I mean, Sasuke Natsume, again. We've already seen him 2 times previously. They really like him. So it's not... Right, the stakes aren't that high because we know he gets out of it okay. It's just, there's got to be something lurking in this, and they really haven't done a lot to explain what the something that is lurking in the background is that Ryunosuke and Iris are looking for. Because remember, this is all a flashback, right? We are trying to find something in this case that relates to why Yujin Mikotoba recalled Susato on a fake pretense of being sick. And they don't, I feel like they simultaneously do too much and not enough to actually set that up within the notes here to give us something to actually work with. Because it just isn't a lot. The ice cold take is, of course, that Mr. Garadeb has a really bad job vetting his lodgers. You have a charming young fellow who was murdered, a young convict who died in prison, Shanspeare, who is a murderer and a thief, and Sasuke Natsume, who is Sasuke Natsume. You haven't missed much, Kosek, honestly. We're just in the first cross-examination after the recess, so not a lot. The witness is a student of art. City dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas. That's right. I didn't like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yes, she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. She's trying to hide why she was there that evening. Must mean that there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this.
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the Slug and the Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. Huh? What's it mean, Lord Six? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. I would have expected grubbed grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas. Or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. Equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? What different can water really be? Well, perhaps there's a more plausible explanation? The specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. Look, you got the raw Thames water, you got the polluted grave water. A step above that, you have water pulled from lead pipes, and the step grade above that, you have water taken from the local well, and the grade above that, you have water that we actually bothered to filter. Yes, sire. On the day in question, it is not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakst. Very well. I will present the court with evidence.
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anyone else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shakespeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shakespeare? Well... Excuse me, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green? That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you think so, yes, but I believe that's merely... My lord, may I? May you what, Miss Green? I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. Upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in a hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? Well, it so happens that fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Well, where did you find that? In Mr. Shakespeare's room. In my room? Mr. Shakespeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Oh, well... Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly what you want. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shakespeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green? Ah, what did I do? As the torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shakespeare's room. So how's it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fleshing artist after all. There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shakespeare's room and stole it. You did what? You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You broke... I mean, thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green? Yes? Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. Yes, I know. Very well then, witnesses, you will give formal testimony again on the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. Oh, Shakespeare's breaking character. Isn't it great? I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day therein I did tarry in long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shed the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. Think I stuck into this man's room, do you? Or would I? I can point out the villain here, and as for the torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. You're not going to receive this letter, do you, Mr. Shakespeare? Faith to say, my lord, and I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, it disclaims me now that since I returned from the time of the night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, you appear that your testimony was... A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying? I beg your pardon. I'm just a fleshing artist, as I said, and fleshing artists don't lie. The note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, We all know who the liar is around here. Without streaming screen, how do you explain the facts? The part of the envelope was without question. I don't see why I should explain. Sorry? I'm a fledgling artist. My key is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel? I'm ready, my lord. Very well. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Chancellor's room. There can be no question of that. And this was she acquired the note. Yes, too fast last night to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one.
Hold it!
And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sir. It is strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily 'tis impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In fact, he was your neighbour, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choice is betwixt I knew him and knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably that has nothing to do with your knowledge of literature? Marry, now we'll have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So it is true, I was compelled by my own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satisfied.
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared? Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when you asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really, do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was not alone that night of the Slug and Salad, my lord. No, it is returning to me now. Did treat my lips to almost clear water, and my innards to a premium crust of bread, and all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire, flies. Good lord. And the name Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me. I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me?
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice that they'd gone missing? Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I am busy with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsuma's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I am busy with greater ideas. And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she would not have been stealing things from Mr. Shanspere's room. Oh, yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madame. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me. What's Offensive's getting at? That's the question, isn't it? It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shanspeare about 1 week ago. Oh, sorry, wrong voice. Oh, does it? But for some reason it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shanspeare's lodgings. But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of this note by stealing it from Mr. Shanspere's room, and yet there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though? Yes, we should pursue that idea. We're close now, I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. So you don't want to tell the truth, the court the truth about the letter? Is that it? I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Fine, this legend doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph, burnt to harmonize with my song, the wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy, thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until one instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days of the years, alas to enlighten thee that must wait so long and in vain. Mr. Naruto, inject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine. No Shakespearean actor, Mr. Zato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence, yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shakespeare's room, isn't it? And that's why she found this letter. Yes, to a more or less foregone conclusion that leads to one terrifying conclusion. Terrifying? Yes, I'm afraid to say. The outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Why would I?
Objection!
Nope, darn it. Rip. Rip. What do we actually have? Nothing else on this of note, right? Now?
Objection!
Okay, the strychnine. Just at the hospital we saw you with this bottle. Another contents spilled during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. Oh. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Johnson's chemistry said, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp at Mr. Shakespeare's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues there's only one logical conclusion we can reach. The person who attempted to make Mr. Shakespeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear me. Order. Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to that pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely? Ah, well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumcised criminal will likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. But Van Zieks? And of course the following morning there was more activity on Mr. Shakespeare's address. More activity? Ah, yes! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? That's right, and as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shakespeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shaftesbury had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe, his intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Nosima's trial which took place here at the Old Bailey came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Rhea in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Nosima returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shaftesbury was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put in there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary! With that no understanding, it was clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home. Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing she thought she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green, yes. And what to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison out of the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Hola. What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone else whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind the woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right, before the defendant, Mr. Nosima, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Gaddeb's, somebody else was renting the room, Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard that name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague... Oh, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sir, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shaftesbury blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Ah. Well, what do you know? This world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. It's an interesting story. They want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. I was that bored. Just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you? Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shaftesbury. But she's known exactly who you are, all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry! Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shaftesbury, you smeared poison over the end of the pipe? This is quite extraordinary. I can correct my understanding now accuse both parties, counsel. Each on different counts of murder. Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears my fledgling learned friend has taken on a lungful of dubious gas, thus causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shaftesbury have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. You'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green. I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel. But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't just smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, it's all. Sorry? You're right, I suspected him. So that perhaps I might find some evidence of something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of women! But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. The whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some turps and a piece of wire. Oh, awfulness, oh, artfulness, oh, tyranny, oh, profanity of women. We will consider your trespass against some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted the note that I sent him lying on the floor. I went to pick it up, but I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it I discovered a secret hiding space. Yes, we also discovered that hiding space. Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it? Yes. This rather nice key. Ah! What are you doing with that? Oh. Every ounce of color is drained from his face. Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine! I inherited it! What was that? What did you say? You inherited it? No, wasn't this about? You inherited that key? It was obviously important to you since you got into such things to hide it, so I took it. I didn't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it back this minute! Give it to me! Calm yourself with this. So Mr. Shansbury has tried and in one case succeeded to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive to do so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shansbury at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there's actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. This show just got a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it so I can explain the motivation for Mr. Shansbury's alleged crimes?
Take that!
But an official police report, is it not? The Selden file? How did you get a hold of that? Selden? The Selden now deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them, the fact that they are lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, generally. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden, until it is he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which as of yet remains to be found. Ah, yes of course, come back to me now. It's written in his file here. £1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the paper summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever valuables were contained within. Oh, you mean this key is... Mr. Shansbury, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? This is a false charge, I tell you. A false charge. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died will quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent argument of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shansbury's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garrideb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Because Selden's old room had already been let out to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shansbury subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Sosuke Natsume was a friend of this case, no less. So, you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shansbury? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. Dia has under 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. You... Ah! Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get me in the end. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mates on it. It's in the room where it's lodged when I got it. Yeah, there's the key to it. Take it. Always take it one step ahead, mate. See you now, I guess. Sounds fair. It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Mr. Shakespeare? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Proceed, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give it up? There's no question in my mind. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. Fred, however hard you press him, he'll never admit what he's done, Mr. Arahada. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on the loot, which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched through following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. No conclusive evidence I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we might well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord! Yes, counsel? The fence would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to his whereabouts. It's the last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well, then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's haul?
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shakespeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. I suppose as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? That's some kind of joke. You don't think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I think the great bard ought to recognize... I should think the great bard ought to recognize the title when he hears one, Mr. Shakespeare. First, we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah! Just Sherlock Holmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Mr. Sholmes. He does know of Zixley. Well, not to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes, they may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large. That does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has already helped us uncover vital clues about in this case already. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It is a method by which we are able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicated solution. In your case, I use the teacup you have been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruto. No, yes. What am I to use as a sample to make the indicated solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Sasuke-san's room. We use a sample to help locate Sultan's loot that's been hidden in his old room. What room will the sample take? We will need something of Sultan's in order to create the indicated solution to find the loot, and something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Miss Naruto, your powers of reasoning appear to me on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From who can we take a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicated solution?
Take that!
Miss Green! Oh, me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? The key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions of the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicated solution required from Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker, and find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shakespeare, as one great to another, I assure you that the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings. I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Alright, Stefan, we are very near the end, but thank you. The truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! Kozak, it doesn't matter. Because the other people who have touched it went in that room. Mr. Shakespeare has not been in that room, and Olive Green has not been in that room. As far as we know. So, regardless if you just got a generalized secretion, it should still trigger with with Selden's indications in the logic of the case. It's over, Mr. Shakespeare. No. No. You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa. Oh, Shameful Spear. Despair. Be thy name. Bonk. Ka-chunk. The confetti cannon got a direct hit. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's hall of stolen goods? Just after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course, I pleaded with him, but he refused. I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Cardeb really has a lot to put up with. Yeah, the gas repair worked immediately afterward, putting the room out of action for a while, and then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing. Then, 5 days ago, I'm just on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested. Finally I'd had my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Shaw spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, we once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove into his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action will lead you into a deadly trap. William Shakespeare, how does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Also, yeah, by the way, remember, just as a reminder, chat, for every defendant we get off, there is a actual perpetrator that we do send to the gallows. It may take a bit, but it's very likely that many of the people we get convicted in our trial process will be subjected to capital punishment. Because Victorian prisons, despite being a period of rapid expansion, in fact, the most rapid expansion of any historical period to date in Europe, they were still perpetually overcrowded, because turns out the Victorian idea of make prisons as miserable as possible and subject people to horrifying manual labor still didn't actually deter crime, and so they were filled up. And the solution when they were filled up was to just kill people. Kill people inside. And so, yeah, at least some of the people that we have done, that we meet in this case, will be executed by the state for our efforts. We're the good guys here. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply on new launchings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stuff always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's gas. Oh, Duncan, please don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. Those bedrooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we wait until we graduate before we told our parents, remember? But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas. It kind of is, because, you know, as much as this game glamorizes Scotland Yard, you know, Wolfie, you were wanting a nice spicy take here. I've got it a bit late, but better late than never. As much as this game glamorizes Scotland Yard and presents the ideal of they're working for the public interest, they arrested people on fucking nothing. Children for being playing outside too loudly. Orphans and vagrants for not having a place to go. Anything that was deemed a public disturbance was subjected to immediate and brutal arrests, as there are political cartoons from the period that portray Scotland Yard as basically a private military, acting against the people's interest. And that means a lot of arrests on very little evidence, in overwhelmingly targeting the poor and the vulnerable. And some of those were executed for not crimes that deserve death. And there weren't, frankly, there weren't any of those crimes that deserve death. The capital death penalty should be abolished, period. But people weren't executed for not capital, or for a very generous interpretation of capital crimes, thanks to the aggressiveness of Scotland Yard. And even they weren't. They were subjected to horrible treatment in prisons, subjected to often meaningless manual labor designed to exhaust and demoralize them with harsh statements of no speaking. In 1 year, there were once 11,000 cases at one prison of a no speaking rule being violated, because they weren't allowed to talk to each other, in theory, while doing manual labor. And if they did, they were subjected to extra punishments, often corporal beatings. This is not a pleasant system. This is not a system that's doing justice. And so William Shakespeare, despicable garbage person though he is, will be executed for this. And some of the others that we've met in this game will likely hang for their crimes. And yeah, that is something worth bearing in mind as we play through this this occasionally cheerful, very pretty game. Is that the underbelly here is not just underbellies of crime, but underbellies of justice. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grubb's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with a publican. That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. Did they have those panopticon things during this period? Yes. Jeremy Bentham is earlier in the century, but he does propose the panopticon. But many Victorian prisons were at least raided out in a pseudo-panopticon. If you don't know what panopticon is, an idea formulated in the 18-teens and prototyped in the 1820s, wherein prison cells would create basically a semicircular space within there is a central tower where there are the guards. So the guards are able to see everything that goes on in the prison at all times with no privacy. This idea didn't really take off, but variations did, so there are plans of prisons that are basically, right, wings that are relatively more private, but all those wings go into a central rotunda wherein there is a guard station that can see down every hallway to immediately catch anything. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. Well, the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem, that's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about the gas companies going around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? Oh, you mean? Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipeworks. And that's when it started, a little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. Is it black markets? I've never been. I just heard people talk about them. And you really can't buy anything you think of there. You could have just gone to America. You didn't have to go to an East End black market. You could have just gone to the American... You could have gone to Florida, or like Florida, and just bought one as regular. Totally. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder? My chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shansby was innocent, nothing would come of what you've done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. Well, that's not my problem. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shakespeare, and I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slogan Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew they would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go, so I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mrs. Shakespeare followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. Smeared a good amount of the poison I bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts. Oh dear. Oh dear. Three days ago, when you first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. Certainly never should have imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes! And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green. Yes, my lord? You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shakespeare. Yes, I know. And you, Mr. Shakespeare, will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soski Natsuma here present. Mr. Namahudo. Oh, yes? Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle? I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what's going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Oh, and I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shakespeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Because of you, I chose life, not death. Now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green. Mr. Soseki Natsuma. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Quickly, I will call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In this case, I do hereby declare the defendant not guilty. Yeah, I don't love the thanking. You stripped me of my freedom. Thank you. You're so nice. I love you so much, Ryunosuke. Kosek, I have excellent news for you. Court is adjourned. Gina is a bit of a special case here. Oh, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done. Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this had nothing to do with my mustache. Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, Mr. Not how I was fired. Once again, you saved me from doom. I'm very happy to have been of help, Mr. Natsuma. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? Oh, but a week ago now, I dragged you from the dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did. I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are a few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I've finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said, I've come to feel the same way. I've made a decision, too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Just so I become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know, that does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsuma? How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache? I suppose you're right, yes. It will be, in a way, literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. Well, that went well. I would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. Oh, that's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dark when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes, this is such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Sasuke-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. I was on reading that report that Professor Makoto was prompted to visit the scholar, and barely any time later Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial, on the following day, the day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day? Wasn't this supposed to take 30 minutes? God, the Inari mask is very great. Or I guess, is it supposed to be a Kitsune mask? I don't know. One of those. Also, I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Gracie's been happily munching an agreement this whole time, you know, Hallie. Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly. Yes, humorlessly. But I feel like I'm missing a syllable there. I might be closer to the truth. So, the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let's look then, if you're ready, let's examine the late burglar's hall. What is that? It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. Collar? It's huge though. And look at all the gemstones set in it. Seal was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains. You don't think there could be blood, do you? And there's quite a lot of it. On second thought, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. And of course, there's this emblem here. A large little letter B and a small crown. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been? That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the colour has drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? Could be valuable evidence after all, it must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over. Now! The Hound of the Baskervilles. I've never seen a collar that large before, and all the jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I noticed it. Was dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood? So, chat. Here comes the point where I admit the Hound of the Baskervilles case in this game is not the same case as the Hound of the Baskervilles story in real life. Right, the real world Hound of the Baskervilles story has some superficial similarities to the case in this game, but it is not the same event. And it is the details of that case that will clearly be significant in the rest of this game. Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. And you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis for this month's story in the magazine. Well, this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. Just talking about the latest installment of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I assume? The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustache man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait. A word please, Iris. Yes, what is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. The charge insists that you limit yourself to the first of your two tales. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Oh, I am so excited, y'all. You don't even know how excited I am. Well, actually, if you played this game, you know exactly how excited I am. The Return of the Great Departed Soul, and then Twisted Karma and His Last Bow, and the final chapter, The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. So we're going to be starting this time next week, and I am... oh, it's gonna be great. Oh, it's gonna be great. We're going to get to talk about World's Fairs, and Steampunk, and the Crystal Palace, and what year is it, and there's so much. There is so much fun to get to talk about historically, and then a bunch of steampunk. We get to talk a shit ton of steampunk over the next few weeks. So I am thrilled about this. Things are going to get crazy, and I hope you will all join me for that. But for now, we are at the end of today's stream. Big thanks to all of our patrons listed here who make this possible. As I said, if you wish to join, do head over to patreon.com/LeoHistory and consider supporting the show. It does mean a lot. But thanks to everyone who followed, tuned in, gifted subs, or otherwise just chilled out with us. It was lovely to have you all. We'll be back on Tuesday with the final bit of Ender Lilies. And then, after that, more Elden Ring later in the week. So... I'm so excited. But yes, until then, enjoy the rest of your weekends. Stay cool, stay safe, stay pleasant. We will catch you all in the next stream, okay? Ciao.